Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We're doing a little bit of streaming, today with a little bit of Elden Ring. Trying to get to that DLC. So, come join. Let's party. Pitter patter. Let's get at her. Oh, okay. Let's see, we gotta obviously connect the controller. Oh. Sorry, boys. Well, it's good.
Yeah, I need it. I'm still healing.
Oh, well, that's what you get.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing. But,
So what are you gonna do today?
do what?
What are you doing today?
I gotta go to Costco and get a couple things.
Yeah.
And other than that, not much. It's so fucking humid out here. It's miserable to do anything. Like the humidity value 90%.
Yeah, that's crazy when you showed me that picture yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, like you saw my store.
Yeah.
Like it's nasty. Like I was driving to work and I could feel the humidity. Like my pants were like kind of like if you took a mister and misted your pants. Like that's how my pants were. Just driving to work and that's with my windows down and my AC on. Are you taking a shower? Oh, I need to drink some water. Okay. You know, daily, got to flush the toilet. finally finished my poop this morning. Rory freaking, I woke up probably around like 8 or 9. He started to get face wet. I woke up at like 8 or 9 this morning, and I was like, oh fuck, so I ran to the bathroom because I had to poop. Fucking Rory can't, like, Rory wakes up and he opens up the door and he's like, Mommy, I really have to pee. As I'm like mid-shit, and I'm like, fuck. So I like pinched it off and like ran to the fucking bathroom, like ran out so he could fucking go. Because I'm more worried about him going pee than me.
Yeah.
So then he goes out and then he goes pee. And then all of a sudden, after he's done, Dylan goes and runs into the bathroom, and I was like, you motherfuckers.
Hey now.
I didn't even get to finish my shit. See, I'd say that is my favorite time because it's my alone time, but then I usually have you or your brother or the dogs or... I shut the door and all of a sudden there was someone that answered the door. Mom, where'd you go? I'm like, I need to do shit.
No, you're a busy woman.
Do what?
I said you're a busy woman.
Nobody loves me. Oh. So how was your night, baby?
It's okay. I just got home and then I passed out for like 5 hours. So.
Do you stream at all?
A little bit, but then I just went to bed.
Did you fall asleep streaming?
No.
I've seen that on a couple of your streams.
Yeah.
You're all streaming and all of a sudden you're just stuck on one spot. I mean, I don't blame you. You're a plant thing, so I don't blame you. Rory's already at like a level 20, almost 21 on Pokemon.
Nice.
He's grinding.
He normally does.
Yeah, when that boy plays games, he plays games. That boy is all about the grind.
Oh, he sure is.
I swear to God, I'm about to fucking drive over to New York, though.
Why?
Because New York has the Pokemon right now, I can't say his name. Yeah, like Necromezi or something. And he's only, like, comes around for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And he's only coming to, like, New York and a couple other places, and, like, a fucking course, New York, and I'm only, like, 2 hours from New York. Since you don't have your bot phone anymore, and then, I mean, Cyrus might, but... It's okay, you're the one that has to bask in my stinky shit. What? I'm off for Yeah, I know there's like a bunch of like water Pokemon out right now.
Oh, really?
Mhm. They even got like, I even actually caught a seahorse. I haven't.
There's a bunch of stars in there. It's like
Yeah, the stars.
Stargates I got up on.
Oh, there was a.
That's the one I fucking need.
Do you want to run over to the park real quick?
Yeah, that's the one I need before I unlock Mewtwo.
Well, you won't unlock Mewtwo, but
Well, the opportunity.
yeah. I don't know which one I need. Oh, just Mewtwo. That's right now. I just need Mewtwo. I don't know.
Hmm?
Oh, Donuts was like, where's your cake going? I was like, oh.
Oh.
What a new job. So you work at 2, you are working 2 to 10?
2 to 11.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
9-hour shift.
It's alright. Not me.
You're like, not this guy.
Not this crazy character.
You sound like you're so tired.
Yeah.
If you want to come in,
No, I can stay on the phone if you want.
what you said?
I said I can stay on the phone again if you want. Or still stay on the phone, I mean.
Okay, you just seem tired. So it's like I didn't want to.
I mean, yeah, but if I fall asleep, I probably won't. I'll probably wake up late. Somehow.
Yeah. I mean, what, 9:30 your time?
Well, I just mean like, because I probably won't. I wouldn't probably take a nap until an hour or two later from now, and then I would probably just oversleep.
Oversleep and then be groggy for the rest of the shift.
Yeah.
I get that completely. I mean, you could be cool and play some Pokemon, but you know, that's just.
Oh, I could, but I'm playing Elden Ring, so
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
that the last ticket right there?
There's another piece on it, but it's still. It's okay. It's bad.
Daisy? Do you have any more food or is that it? Right there? Okay, then that's okay. Yeah, I don't want her to eat your food. She was crazy. It's like, okay. You're gonna eat like 5 or 6 fucking grilled cheeses. And then the next day he won't eat them all.
Sounds like me.
Right. Have you? You'll eat like a lot a day.
Some days I'll eat a lot, some days I won't, I guess.
I haven't been able to eat the last 3 or 4 days. It's been the same shit.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I can eat like 4 bites of something and then I'm so fucking stuffed I'm like, oh, what? Do we want to start heading to Costco? Because Costco, must be nice. You still have another day off. Must be nice. The closest Costco is 30. Costco's so far, Andy.
Oh, is it?
That's like 30 minutes away.
Oh, that's annoying.
Huh?
That's annoying.
Oh, it's
Wanna go outside? You notice they get more annoying the further we're out. We're not here. They can go probably twice a day. But if we are here, it's an hour and a half.
dogs are great. I love you.
I love you too.
So you just. I just went down to the go to sleep for a bit.
Yeah. Ooh.
I don't think so.
I mean, I guess. I love you.
I miss your face.
I miss you.
I miss picking on you.
You miss picking on me? Rude.
What? It's because I love you. Oh yeah, Psycho?
It's your son.
Huh?
It's your son.
It's so cute. I'm a saint. What are you talking about?
Right. Just like the other night, huh?
Virgin Haley, don't you know? I'm just kidding. Actually, just kidding. If I'm a terrible person, it's okay.
No one said that.
Huh?
You're not.
I've accepted it.
You've accepted it.
I'm a terrible human being.
Weak sauce.
Do what?
I said, you can't let people tell you how to live your life.
I don't want to get up. Oh, I'm dying. No. I know. I'm telling you, it looks like I fucking ran a mechanical bull for like a few hours. That doesn't look like somebody beat me. That looks like I fucking rode something for hours.
Like I need a combination of everything.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck did you do to her? Promise, it's the other way around, guys. Just put a friend in.
We don't talk about food. No, no, no. No, don't. I gotta go to work.
No, I remember mom's hurt. She doesn't feel very good.
He keeps jumping right on my fucking goddamn. Who's this?
Yours is a it says the silly. Oh. 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 That's how I feel today.
Oh, yeah.
They have like a coupon, buy one get one free for the Russia.
I thought you were really quick on that.
No. I don't know how to feel about your sister saying that.
Sister, sister. Sister. Billy, don't be too close to me.
My mom put a lot of fear in that system. Like I was trying to get her to like jump off the side of the pool or like off of the end of the diving board and she'd be getting ready to go do it. And then my mom would be like, no, that's too scary for you. You won't like that. And it's, oh no, it's too scary for me. She would just go out. My mom would not want to do it.
You're scary.
Yeah, but you gotta let me fuck around like that. That's what I got my shit stuck. What is she
Doing good, buddy.
need to go potty it off?
I'm taking Jaylee to go get her nose pierced today.
Oh yeah, I remember you talking about that.
Oh. I just want to go to Costco and get a few things. Oh,
And get a what?
oh sorry, babe. I said I just want to go to Costco and get a couple things first, and then I was gonna take her.
Oh, nice.
Or I might take her and then go to Costco. So if I buy any frozen fruit or anything, it won't melt. No shit. We've got all of them except that one. I have all of them. I have all of them but those two.
Unless I did pick them for some
Now what?
that weird bug white one.
This one?
Start.
Oh. Oh. Yes. The pink one? That's the one Bex always got. Bex loves that flavor. I don't know if you've ever seen Bex with his vape pens, but he loves the pink lemonade.
I haven't noticed in a while what kind he.
It's because I'm sure everybody still vapes. I'm sure Connor and Nadia and all them still
Yeah.
vape. I'm sure Bex vapes and Alex vapes. Oh, I know Alex does. Because she actually just showed me this new cool pen she got that it charges by sunlight. So you don't need a charger, just let it sit in the sun and it charges. That's pretty good, actually. Not gonna lie. But leave it up to Alex to find something like that.
Sure.
Are you watching Minions? Me and Andy movies. And the Gru was our first movie. That's how you I have to. We watched the Minion movie with you. Actually, I think this is the one we watched. Yeah, because this is the one before Gru when they with the queen, right? She took over, Scarlet. Barbara.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, I know, dude.
Love you too.
She's not the same watching Minions cartoon.
What?
I said it's not the same watching Minions cartoon.
Oh, we saw it one time.
We used to watch it at home too. But okay, sorry.
What, baby?
I said sorry.
Well, no, I wasn't saying it like a bad thing. I was just joking around with you.
No, I'm getting stuck watching Minions.
What, baby?
So now I'm getting stuck watching Minions.
Well, what do you mean? Weren't you watching it with Roy?
I'm getting good. I'm on the road right now. I got a clown. Lonnie loves clowns. Big fat belly. my phone's at 10% yet. You heard my phone go ding ding ding? Well, I should probably put this bitch on the charger for a little bit.
Okay, well, I can let you go if you want while you charge your phone.
I love you.
I love you too.
Miss you.
I miss you too.
Okay. You know you can snap me every once in a while.
I will snap you right now.
Heck yeah.
I love you too. I'll talk to you in a little.
Okay, I love
I love you too. Bye.
you.
Actually, let's. Take a screenshot.
According to eSafety Commissioner, you should be able to take screenshots on most Android devices by holding down the power and volume down buttons.
Oh, buddy. I don't know if I like this. and 88386. Oh, that's like what goes. Oh, that's all it's doing. Bro, that's just what I'm gonna say. You better not be a 70%. Oh, it's just a protection. Oh, that's kind of cool. Hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna get rid of it. if there's an actual weird thing. Oh, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 exclamation. Call Ashley DM.
Okay, I'll call Ashley DM.
Call Cyrus the goat. Call Cyrus the goat.
Okay, I'll call Cyrus the goat.
Hello.
Hello. I'm in the on the Tuesday for the 6 to 7 hour. Do you remember the name of the ticket I'm
It
supposed to?
started with an A, and I think the last name, it was like Avery or Ashley or something along those lines.
You said it was a dispatch delivery.
Yep, it was a dispatch delivery, and it would have came through maybe like just a few minutes before 6:30.
Would Ashley Hubbard sound familiar?
That does sound very familiar.
Because it says dispatch in parentheses, and it says Interfest 3, which I know is online.
Okay.
So what?
Yeah.
So she just needs a refund, or what?
Correct. She had placed her order and didn't realize it was for delivery for that time. She wanted it for a different time.
Oh, okay.
So we were gonna cancel that one, and she ordered again like an hour later.
Okay, so this one she just needs a refund for this order.
Yeah, correct.
All right, I will go ahead and send that out.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I just stopped the stream right now. I'm just looking at my. I'll be right back. Oh, I just want to go check the mail real quick. Be right back, fellow gamers. Unless it's boo. talking about not encoding anything.
So you've just got yourself a flipping awesome Samsung Galaxy phone, the Z Flip 4. Congratulations on your new purchase, and I know that you know good phones aren't cheap, and that's why I'm making this video for you, because I want you to get your money's worth by maximizing its potential from day one. And do me a favor, if any of these tips help you in any way at all, a little thumbs up or possibly a subscribe would make my day, and I would appreciate it. Anyway, tip number one. So one of the unique standout features on the Galaxy Z Flip 4 is the cover screen, and one of the first things I think you should do is make it your own. Here's the easiest way to do so. Flip open the phone, go to settings, go to cover screen, and then tap on clock style. And here I want you to pick the clock style that you're instantly drawn to. Don't overthink it, because I found that when it comes to choosing something, it's usually best to just trust your instincts. So if you're overthinking it now, do this. Close your eyes, now open them. Which one of the clock styles did your eyes go to first? You got it? Okay, good job. Tip number two. Now, if you feel you really want to be different from everybody else, well, I respect that. And check this out. You can pick your own custom wallpaper if you want, like I have. So here's how you do it. Go to settings, go to cover screen, go to clock style, and now go to clock background image. Now you could choose one of the standard ones that everybody else chooses if you want, or you can choose one of your own images from your own gallery. And once you've chosen one, line it up however you want, and there we go. But check this out, there is another step to this, because what we want to do is make the clock stand out so it's easy to read on top of that background you've just chosen. And a good way to do this is to change the color. So on the clock style page, hit customize and choose a custom text color that works well with your background. So spend a little time on it, and once you've done it, you have now successfully made the cover screen your own. Tip number three. So now that you've nailed the custom look, it's time to level up the cover screen's functionality, and the Flip 4 does have improved cover screen functionality. So here's how we're going to do it. Go to settings, go to cover screen, go to widgets, and here, to start off with, I recommend we start with a clean sheet, so untick all of them. Now let's go through them and decide exactly what you need. I personally listen to a lot of music and podcasts whilst on the move, so I'm going to enable that. Go through them yourself, decide which ones make the most sense for you. Another one that I like to use is the direct dial, so I can add my 3 most used contacts here to be dialed from the cover screen without opening the phone. Now once you've chosen your widgets, hit reorder and set them up in the order of importance. So now once we flip the Flip 4 closed, a single tap wakes up the always on display, and a double tap unlocks the cover screen's full functionality. You can swipe right to toggle between the different widgets, and if you want to, you can actually add other widgets by scrolling all the way to the end and hitting the plus button. And if you hold down on the widgets, you can customize the order as well here if you want. In my opinion, it's just easier to do it within the settings menu on the big screen. So here's a bonus tip for you guys, 3.1. Once you double tap to unlock the cover screen, a swipe left brings up all your notifications, so you can check those out without having to open up the full screen. A swipe down gives you quick switches that you might find handy, and a double tap on the Bixby button will open up the camera. And if you're thinking, what the hell is a Bixby button? Well, I'm referring to the power button fingerprint combo. But at this point, a long push on that will open up Bixby. So we'll address that. Here's tip number 4. So if you're one of the people that didn't know what the Bixby button was and you never used Bixby, I think this one is going to be a subscribe worthy tip. Go to Settings, Advanced, Side Key. Now change this to Power Off Menu. Now your power button is a power button. And here's another bonus tip. You might be tempted to customize the double push on the power key, but don't do it. This will disable the camera functionality when the phone is closed. And that ruins one of the best features on this phone. And that is the ability to shoot selfies with the best quality cameras that the phone has. And since we're on the topic of cameras, let me show you a couple of camera tips to level up your Flip 4 camera skills. With the flip in the closed position, double tap the power key and it opens up the camera. Tapping the screen starts a short timer to take a photo, and you can also use the volume rocker to take an instant snap if you don't want to count down. And another way to start the timer is to show the camera your palm. Now, when we flip open the device on the inside screen with the camera app open, you can hit the icon in the top right corner, and this will allow the person you're taking a photo of to see themselves in the cover screen so that they can perfect their blue steel look. So now is time to get down to business and work on maximizing the big screen. So hold your finger on an empty part of the screen. Go to the settings at the bottom of the screen, and here I recommend you set the home screen grid to 5:6. And allow me to explain why. The Flip 4 is a great phone for one-handed use, and the areas that your thumb can reach to without having to adjust your hand position is what I call the golden space, because this is an area that you can reach and tap with minimum effort. So by setting this to 5:6, you're actually maximizing that space that you can reach with minimum effort. So I'm not going to tell you what to put in this space. That's a choice you need to make, but just be strategic with the apps that you place in the golden zone and the way in which you place them. Tip number 7. So here's a quick one that will free up a bit more space on the home screen. Go to settings, go to display, go to navigation bar, and here try out the gestures. So not only does this look nicer and free up more screen space, it's actually the way that Apple and Google think you should be using a phone these days. And if you're coming over from iPhone, this will be absolutely necessary for you. But if you're an old school Android user, then you might prefer the button layout, so you can keep that if you want. And you know something? One day, we'll be able to control phones with just our thoughts. It's true. You'll see. So do you watch a lot of videos on your phone? And do you find yourself needing to adjust the brightness constantly to see what's going on? If the answer is yes, then you may want to do this one. Go to settings, go to advanced features, and here go to video brightness and set this to bright. And you can actually choose which apps use this bright mode. So choose wisely and keep in mind, bright screens do drain battery power faster. Tip number 9. So losing power fast is never a good thing, and neither is losing your eyesight. The next page will be useful if such things are a concern to you. So go to settings, accessibility, then visibility and enhancements. This page is full of useful things, and if you're the type of person who worries about running out of power, this hidden display tip might help. On this page, find the setting called extra dim, which is a name I've been called once or twice or 3 times. Thanks guys. But anyway, enabling this will reduce the light emissions from the screen and will reduce battery drainage a little bit by dimming the screen globally. And when I say globally, I'm talking about on your phone, not everywhere in the world. Tip number 10. So I've been dual wielding phones, and don't hate me, but I have been using an iPhone. And something that I noticed that is on by default on an iPhone but isn't on the Samsungs is this feature. Go to settings, go to display, go to Eye Comfort Shield and enable it. So eyesight might not be a concern to you right now, but maybe later down the road you'll see that this setting is a good one. At least I hope you will. So set it to adaptive or to schedule. I prefer schedule personally, it gives me a bit more control. So have a little think about that one. Tip number 11. So Flip 4, when unflipped, is quite a tall device. And if you want to use the phone one-handed, the sidebar is your friend, and setting it up the correct way will improve the user experience for yourself. And going back to the rule I spoke about earlier, which is the minimum effort rule, this will help with that. Go to settings, go to display, go to edge panel, and here choose the panels that make the most sense to you. If you're an iPhone deserter, then go to the Galaxy store, and I think you'll like the control center sidebar, and it does cost you about the same as half a cup of a Starbucks coffee, but I think it might be worth it. So select the sidebars that you want. You don't necessarily have to buy them. And once you've done that, it's time to get a handle of this situation. Tip number 12. So go to settings, go to display, go to edge panel, and now tap on handle. And here I recommend you adjust the position either to the right or to the left, depending on your left or right handedness. And if you're ambidextrous, which wrist do you wear your watch on? Choose the other one. So now choose a color that doesn't clash with the background that we've chosen for the phone. Adjust the transparency if you want, and the size and the width. But the most important thing to adjust is the position. And you can do this by dragging these little arrows up or down. You don't want this too low where it's going to interfere with the gestures, but you want it in a position where your thumb can reach easily. Now when you drag the handlebar inwards, it brings out the edge panels. Tip number 13. So if you're flexing the Flip 4, you might not realize it, but some apps are specifically optimized for the Flip 4 when it's half opened. This is called flex mode. For example, the camera app, when you flex the phone with the app open, everything kind of shifts nicely into a layout built for this phone. But not all apps are optimized in this way, but you can have a similar experience with all of the apps on your phone if you do this one. Go to settings, go to advanced features. Here, go to the lab section and go to flex mode panel. Now you have a list of all the apps that you can force to use flex mode. Some will work well, some might not. You'll have to experiment with this, and that's why this is in the lab section of the settings. And here's another bonus tip for you to try out. This one's pretty cool. On the same labs page, enable swipe for pop-up view. Now if you swipe inwards diagonally from the top right corner, whatever's on the screen will pop out and float on the screen, and then you get a bunch of options like minimizing it or setting it to a split screen. Play around with it a bit because it's a pretty sweet little experimental feature. Tip number 14. So this one is an awesome tip in my opinion. Let me know what you think. So flex mode is kind of split screen but at a funny angle. And this tip is about the regular split screen when the phone is fully open. And this is a really nice way to do it. So go to settings, go to advanced features and go to labs. And here, switch on swipe for split screen. Now to split screen any app that's on the screen at the time, swipe up with 2 fingers from the bottom edge. And this will split screen that app, and then you can choose what app you want to split it with. And before someone says it, no, I'm not flipping you off. That's the gesture you have to make this work. Okay, tip number 15, and here's another quick way to do split screening. Remember that nicely placed handlebar that we set up and positioned perfectly for your thumb? Well, swipe out one of the edge panels here and go to the apps panel. If you didn't add the apps panel, go back to that tip and add the apps panel. So what you can do here is actually drag the app from the side panel on top of any app that's open on the screen already, and that is another way to split screen. Tip number 16. Okay, so I've just shown you 2 kind of new ways to do split screen. Here's the boring old way, but sometimes the boring way is still the best. So that's why I'm showing you. So do this. Swipe half up or open backgrounding if you're using the buttons. Now if you tap on the app logo at the top, you can actually choose to split the screen that way. But that took 3 inputs, and you can see how the other method is quicker. So the 3 little dots at the center of the split screen, if you hold that down and drag up or down, you can actually resize the split. And if you tap those 3 dots, you can actually hit the little star with the plus in it to save that as an app pair that you can recall later exactly how you left it in terms of the split. So use that wisely and set up your favorite app pairs when you get some time. Tip number 17. So as you already know, the Galaxy Z Flip 4 is quite a tall display. It has what I believe is a 2.44 to 1 aspect ratio, which makes it great for watching movies, particularly in widescreen formats, but it's not the perfect fit. So here's a way to make movie watching in widescreen formats even better. Go to settings, go to display, go to camera cutout, and now choose your favorite movie streaming apps and manually set them to hide the camera cutout. Now when you want to watch movies, you can do so without any visual interruptions on the display. It won't crop the edges of the movie off either. It will fit perfectly on the screen. And when it comes to distractions visually, this will deal with that. But when it comes to other distractions, maybe you might want to get yourself the Galaxy Buds Pro 2. They do look pretty awesome. I haven't heard them yet personally, but I bet they're pretty good. Tip number 18. Okay, so now while we're talking about sound, if you're planning to do some gaming or watching movies or videos without earbuds, here's a quick tip on how to improve your audio quality from the built-in speakers. Go to settings, go to sound and vibrations, and here go to sound quality and effects. Now enable Dolby Atmos. Why? Because it sounds better. And I don't know why it's off as standard, but definitely turn this one on. And while you're here, if you think you're going to be gaming, definitely turn on Dolby Atmos for gaming as well. Tip number 19. So it doesn't matter how good you think your hearing is, it's worth getting a second opinion, in my opinion. And you don't need to visit a doctor to tell you, because Dr. Sammy can help, surname Flip. So get some good earbuds or over-ear headphones to do this. Then once you have, go to settings, go to sound and vibrations, and here choose adapt sound. Now run through this process and listen to Dr. Sammy. He'll help you. And trust me, the results here might surprise you. Tip number 20. So this is a cool new feature. Let's say as a rule, you use a specific audio app with a specific speaker in your house every day. What you can do here is actually tell an app to link immediately to that speaker whenever you use the app. And there's various ways you can use this, but here's how you set it up. Go to settings, go to sound and vibrations, then separate app sound. Now choose the app that you would like to link to a specific device, choose the device, and now they're paired together. And I'm sure you guys can come up with a few ways to use this, for example, with headphones or with other Bluetooth devices. And this tip is designed to save you time searching and manually pairing. Tip number 21. Okay, so things are about to get real. Do you know the easiest way for someone to pretend to be you? Well, here's one. They could take the SIM out of your phone and put it in their phone. It really is that easy. Now you can shut the possibility of this down so that it never happens. Go to settings, go to biometrics and security, then go to other security settings, and here set up a SIM lock. So what you're going to do is set up a PIN for the SIM, not for the phone, but for the SIM. If you have an eSIM, this won't apply to you, but if you have one or two real SIMs, you might want to spend 1 or 2 minutes doing this. Better safe than sorry. Tip number 22. So setting up a phone PIN unlock and fingerprints is pretty standard stuff, so I'm not going to walk you through that. My advice to you though when it comes to fingerprints is try and do your thumb and first finger on both hands. You can thank me for that one later, but here's the tip I want to show you. Because of the high up placement of the fingerprint sensor on the Flip 4 when it's in the open position, the face unlock becomes a better option for unlocking in my opinion. So register your face, but also do this. Switch off faster recognition, because if you leave this on, someone could potentially hold up a photo of you or pause a video with you in it and show it to your phone and unlock your device. By switching this setting off, you're making the face unlock more secure. And while you're here, make sure required eyes open is enabled as well. The last thing you want is someone scanning your face while you're sleeping and then snooping through your phone. Tip number 23. So a couple of the upgrades that Samsung have made on the Flip 4 improves the speed and power. Without speed and power, the world would not be round. And before I go off on a massive tangent, what I'm actually talking about here is the improved chipset in the form of the Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and the increased battery capacity. And the great thing about this phone is if you find yourself using the cover screen a lot more and you're naturally reducing the time spent on the big screen, ultimately you're going to save power. But what I want to do here in this tip is give you guys some battery life hacks that are actually quite hard to find. They're really embedded deep within the settings menu. And there's a chance that maybe no one else will ever tell you about these. So I'm going to tell you. Go to settings, go to device care. Now hit the 3 dots in the top right corner and choose automation. And here you can enable adaptive power saving. Your phone will optimize its battery reserves based on your usage patterns. But here's a disclaimer. This might actually sacrifice performance speeds in exchange for power reserves. Tip number 24. Now here's a question. Are you willing to sacrifice speed for power? Again, if so, do this. Go to settings, Battery and device care. Now tap on the battery graph and go to more battery settings. Here you can change the performance profile to light. So essentially you're reducing the performance output of the Snapdragon chip inside. But remember this, the Z Flip 4 has the most powerful Android processor to date. So limiting its performance just a bit isn't going to ruin the phone. And in fact, it's still going to be faster than most people's phones. But if you want the maximum speed and you're not that worried about power, then don't mess with this. So what's it to be? Power or speed? That's your decision. So tip number 25, thank you for making it this far into the video. So here's an important question for you. How long do you think you're going to keep your phone for before you upgrade it? If it's more than 3 years, you may want to enable this setting. Go to settings, battery and device care. Now tap on the battery bar again and go to more battery settings again. Here you want to enable protect battery. Now by not allowing your phone to reach 100% ever, it actually prolongs the expected life cycle of the battery cell. Think of it like buying a fast car but never actually redlining it, which is a sensible thing to do, but not much fun. So here's one that does the opposite and will maximize the speed. So go to settings, battery and device care, now tap on memory and then tap on RAM Plus and set this to the maximum, which is 8 GB here on this device. Your phone will now use some of the storage memory as RAM, allowing your phone to basically double its multitasking ability. So this will reboot your device once you set it, but don't do it just yet because the last tip might be the most important of them all. Bonus tip number 2, go to settings, go to battery and device care, go to device protection. Now for some strange reason, this is off by default. So I do recommend you enable it. The Z Flip 4 does have McAfee antivirus software built into Samsung's One UI. Now if you're not sure whether you want to switch this on, ask yourself this question. Do you want your device to feel more secure? If the answer is yes, then what are you waiting for? So as you can see, the device care menu is an incredibly useful page and I bet a lot of people never even look at it. So if you're using it, you're one step ahead. And check this out, if you hit the 3 dots in the top right corner, you can actually add an app icon to your home screen so you can get to it really quick without having to go to all the settings, because later on down the road you might want to reduce the amount of power usage or increase the speed and power. Like I said before, is what makes the world go round. Anyway, I appreciate you guys for watching this one. If you just subscribed, you're now one of the finest subscribers known to man, and I will see you in the next one, hopefully with more tips and tricks that you haven't seen before. See you there, and don't be late.
We say
to be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that other than Wix. Hi, I'm Liv. I run Double Bricks, a print and design studio in Brighton, UK. I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and freedom of creation. Everything I create at Double is visual. So for me, those customizable elements like the hovers and the little animations, the additional bits of coding, the physicality of the actual process of printing really reflects me. From a business perspective, it was really exciting. Directing people to that site was going to give them everything that they needed.
What's up everybody, Tony here with High Tech Check, and today we're going to be testing out a ton of different screen protectors for the brand new Galaxy Z Flip 4. Now I will be putting links in the description for all these screen protectors in case you guys want to pick them up yourself. And if you guys like me and you want to support my channel, please use those links because it helps me keep purchasing products to do reviews for you guys. Now I will also be using timestamps because this is going to be a lengthy video, but stick with me because I guarantee you're going to find one screen protector that you absolutely love. All I ask is that you show me that you care that I'm doing this for you by hitting that like button and consider subscribing to my channel. So grab your snacks, sit back and relax and enjoy the video. Okay, now before we get started, I want to let you know that before every single screen protector installation, I will completely clean off the screen with an alcohol wipe and dry it properly so I don't have to show that to you every single time I install a screen protector. I will also be putting a link in the description to a video showing you how I took the screen off my Flip 4 safely. Okay, so here we have Super Shields. This is a 2-pack. We get our installation packet and we get 2 screen protectors. So the one thing I don't like already is the fact that they don't give you an alcohol wipe to clean off your screen. which you're definitely going to need. So the first thing you're going to want to do is to remove the number 1 here, just like that. Then we're going to place the screen protector down in the place that we need it on the phone. Once you have the screen protector down in place where you want it, you'll take the squeegee and just kind of squeegee down the rest of this little adhesive pad, just like that. It's not super important because we're going to get rid of it anyway, but just to have it stick down. So once you have this in place where you want it, we're going to go ahead and flip the phone over and you'll see 2 and 3. So what we're going to do now is we're going to place the squeegee right underneath the number 2, and we're going to kind of lift up just like this and make sure that the number 2 goes over your phone screen, and we're going to push with the squeegee out so the little plastic cover goes over your phone, just like this. And then we're going to flip it around and we'll do the same thing for number 3. And we'll kind of try to get rid of any bubbles that we can. So this screen protector does not leave a lot of room for error because it goes right up to the edge of the phone. So I kind of wish that it would leave just a little bit of room, because if you get it too close to one edge, the screen protector is not going to stick down very well, kind of like we see up at the top here. But once you have that down to your satisfaction, all you need to do is lift up the step number 4 and very carefully make sure you don't lift up the screen protector underneath it. And then you can take your squeegee and kind of squeegee out any other bubbles you might see. Alright, so that is the installation of that screen protector. Let's go ahead and fold it up for the first time. So if we take a closer look at the screen protector itself in the middle here, it looks pretty bad. There are some lines from probably the installation, and there's also some bubbles right in that crease, which doesn't look good. I think one of the reasons why it came out the way that it did was because the squeegee goes over the edges of the phone. They should have made a squeegee that stayed within the middle of the phone so you can very easily and smoothly get the screen protector down. But as you saw when I was installing it, it was getting caught on these edges here. So I think that's probably why this looks the way that it does. And because it doesn't give you much room on the top and the bottom and on the sides for error, if you move it too far to one side, it's not going to stick down as well as it could as if it gave you a little bit more room. So it feels nice. It definitely does feel nice as far as fingerprints goes. It does collect some fingerprints, but you can easily, wipe those away. I don't like this. Looks horrible. This would bother me, and I'm sure that it would most people. So probably because of the way that this is asking you to install it, I would definitely tell you to stay away from this one, and I want to give this one a thumbs down. Okay, next up we have a screen protector by LYWHL. So here we get a little installation mat. We get a whole bunch of dust and guide stickers, a whole bunch of cleaning wipes, 2 screen protectors, a squeegee, and 2 camera protectors. So first we'll go ahead and place our phone on the mat here. Okay, so the first thing you're going to want to do is to get your screen protector, and we're going to line it up in place on the phone the best that you can. And then once you have the screen protector down in the place that you'd like it to be, just make sure you run your finger across the middle here. That'll keep the screen protector down while you're installing it. Next, you're going to go ahead and take your squeegee, and we're going to place it right in the middle below where it says paste here to start. Then we're going to lift up on tab 1. Make sure that the top portion of the green goes over the screen of your phone just like that, and just push forward. Then we're going to turn it around and do the same thing on the other side. We'll put our squeegee right in the back here. Then we'll go ahead and lift up on number 2 and then just push out again. Try to get any bubbles out that you can. And then we're just going to lift up on number 2. Make sure that you don't lift up the screen protector with it though. And then we'll go ahead and get out any bubbles that we might see very carefully. So that installation went a lot better, and they actually give you a squeegee that fit in the middle of the screen of the phone. That's what I was talking about the first time. So let's go ahead and take a look at the screen a little closer here. Oh, it looks pretty good. There are some weird little imperfections on the top here, which I'm sure you can see. Those may go away, they may not, but they're not visible unless you really, hold the phone in a certain light. Let's go ahead and fold it for the first time. Screen still looks pretty good. So again, if you look at the bottom here, you can see these squiggly lines. That was from me just using the squeegee to kind of get the screen protector, stuck to the screen, and they're all over the bottom here. So that may heal. The screen protector that's on here is like a self-healing kind of screen protector, and it's a little bit grippy. It definitely doesn't feel like glass. So again, over time, like a day or so, those might go away, I would hope. But as far as the installation goes, it was a pretty easy installation. And the screen protector looks like it's staying down pretty good. It kind of looks like the one that was on the screen in the first place, except for these little marks. So again, I'm pretty sure that this is a self-healing screen protector because it's got like that grippy feel to it. So if those little lines don't bother you, I would say that that was pretty successful. So I'm going to go ahead and give this screen protector a thumbs up. Again, touch feels, it's a little grippy, like I said. It doesn't feel like glass, but it's still smooth and it looks crystal clear. You can't even tell that there's a screen protector on it. As far as fingerprints goes, it does collect fingerprints a little bit, but you can just wipe those away without any issues. And then here we have the little camera protector. Just simply take the protector and put it over your cameras. Actually, it looks pretty nice.
Ugh, when is my allergy spray gonna kick in?
You need Astapro.
Astapro?
It's faster, bro. 8 times faster than Flonase.
It's faster, bro.
It's faster, bro. It's faster, bro.
It's mom to you.
Astapro starts working in 30 minutes. Astapro and go.
And if we take a look at our camera, you can see that it doesn't affect the back camera at all. Still looks just as clear. Okay, and then here we have a screen protector by Or0. So here we get 4 installation packets, 4 screen protectors, 2 for the inner and 2 for the outer, some rubber pads, and a squeegee. So first we'll go ahead and put down one of our pads. Okay, so first you're going to take your screen protector. We're going to remove the underside number 1. Make sure you don't touch the underside once you've peeled it off. Then we're going to place it the best we can on our phone. Once you're happy with the placement of the screen protector, we're going to go ahead and take our squeegee and kind of squeegee down the rest of the screen protector. It's not a huge deal because we're going to peel it up anyway, but just so it stays, we'll just kind of put it down the best we can. So once we have that done, you're going to take your squeegee, we're going to put it behind the number 2, and we're going to lift up on the number 2 just like this. And then make sure that this piece goes out and over your screen as you squeegee out. Just like that. Then we're going to turn our phone around and do the other side. And then make sure that goes over your screen just like the first one did. And just simply push forward. Alright, and then get any bubbles out that you can see. And then once you have the bubbles out, we're going to go ahead and very carefully remove step 4. Again, make sure you don't pick up the screen protector with it when you're pulling it up. And then just get any bubbles out you may see after that. So again, this one, kind of like the other ones, do have these lines, as you can see. And there's really nothing you can do about that. It just kind of happens during the installation process. I think it's because of the way that you have to fold the screen protectors and push them down. Also at the top here, there's just kind of like a little imperfection in the corner. And then there's also some lines down at the bottom here, which I'm sure you can see too. So we'll go ahead and fold it up for the first time. The crease looks pretty good. Doesn't look like there's any lines in the crease. But again, there are some lines on the top here, and then those lines at the bottom, which they do bother me. I like my screen protectors to be flawless when I install them, and this is not that way. I do like the fact that there is a cutout for your camera so it doesn't have any effect on your selfie pictures. This screen protector is a little forgiving because it doesn't come right up to the edge. It does feel pretty nice. It's nice and smooth. It is a little grippy if your hands or your fingers are just a little moist, but it feels pretty good. Touch works perfectly. Your finger glides across the screen very nicely. Very nice. If it wasn't for those lines, I would definitely say to pick this up. But let's go ahead and continue on to the back. Alright, so now we have our back screen protectors here. So we'll go ahead and peel off the number 1. We'll go ahead and put this on the best that we can here. So what you probably want to do is maybe not put this down totally, but just put one side down. Then we're going to take our squeegee and we'll put that behind the right side. Kind of flip that over and then make sure that that goes over your screen just like that, and then just push out. Then we'll do the same thing for the other side too. So we'll put our squeegee behind here. You're going to kind of lift up on this and then make sure that this goes over your screen. This is going to be a little harder because of the cameras. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the dust sticker to kind of try to peel off the top layer. This is definitely not the best installation, but you can only do with what you got. They don't make it easy. They don't give you tabs or anything. So it's a little off, and there's that line down the middle, which definitely does bother me. I would just tell you to get one of the glass protectors that some of the other makers are going to make for this that I will be showing you in this video. I would definitely not put this down. I don't think it looks good, and it doesn't give you the best protection. So then we'll go ahead and continue on down. We've got this protector here that goes kind of over the bottom portion of the top. So again, kind of put one end down, put your squeegee on the other side, and just kind of push that out. Anyway, do the other side just like that. And as you can see, it definitely got misaligned when I was pushing it down. And then once it's down, again, we can use the sticker to kind of just peel up the edge and peel that off. I mean, I guess it'll protect the back of your phone here if you're not using a case, but it wasn't the easiest to install. And it does pick up fingerprints. We also have one for our spine, which I probably wouldn't recommend because it might get caught inside the phone. So I'm not going to go ahead and do the spine one, but you can if you want. So just push that down so it stays in place. And then what you're going to do here is they actually give you tabs, which is nice. So we're going to put our squeegee behind the number 2, lift up, and then again make sure that that goes over your phone and just push out. And then we'll turn it around and do the same thing for number 3. Go ahead and put it behind 3, lift up. Make sure it goes up and over your phone, and then just push out. Then we'll use our dust sticker to get off the top layer. So that's not too bad. I mean, these pieces right here, they definitely didn't install perfectly. And again, you can still see the line on that bottom portion here. But I guess if you're not using a case, this will definitely offer you some protection. It's just not gonna look the best. As you can see, look at all the fingerprints on the front. They do wipe away fairly easily, but still. But because of these lines down here and the ones in the middle and the installation of the back screen protectors, I would probably definitely tell you to stay away from the screen protector, and I'm going to give it a thumbs down. Alright, next up we have a flexible screen protector by Folu.
Bounty Mega Roll, 4 rolls in 1.
Need inspiration? Shop Smith's. For over 30,000 mouth-watering choices. Plus, savings like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. Smith's is worth it every time. Smith's, fresh for everyone.
So here we get a squeegee, a couple installation packets, and here we get 2 screen protectors for the inside of the phone and 2 screen protectors for the outside of the phone. Okay, so here we're going to take our screen protector. You're going to simply just place it over the phone. the way that you want it. We'll put the number 1 up at the top towards the camera. Once you have it in place, you'll go ahead and just run your finger across the middle here to hold it down. Then we're going to take our squeegee and we're going to place it in the middle here. We're going to lift up on number 1 and pull back, and then make sure the green part goes up and over your phone. Just push forward, just like that. Then we'll turn it around and do the same thing for number 2. Pull back on number 2, and then just push up and over your phone screen. And then just kind of squeegee out the bubbles. This screen protector seems like it's not forgiving, and it comes right up to the edge. So if you're just a hair off, it's not gonna be good. Now very carefully, we're gonna lift up on tab 2. Make sure you don't lift the screen protector underneath it up with it. And then just squeegee down the rest of the screen protector. Again, like I said, the screen protector is not forgiving, so if you're just off just a hair, like I was, it's not going to sit properly. So let's go and take a look at the screen. Screen does look pretty good. There are still some lines in the middle here.
Hey guys, Soccer from Saki Tech, and in today's video, I am going to be sharing the first 25 things to do on your Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 4. These features are going to protect your phone, allow you to configure it to your own personal taste, and make sure it runs optimally. So let's dive in, get started, and maximize your ownership. Now I'm going to show you guys everything you can do with the cover display, but first there's 3 essential things I want you guys to do with your Z Flip. Number 1, you want to go to your settings. You want to go all the way down, and you want to go into battery and device care. You want to click on it. Now this is a brand new smartphone, so one of the biggest things you want to make sure is that your brand new smartphone has a healthy battery. So once you're in device care, you want to click on diagnostics. When you click on diagnostics, it launches the Samsung's members application. Once you're in the application, you see a diagnostics menu. And over here, what you want to look for is the battery. So if I scroll down, I can see at the bottom battery status. It might be up there, might be at the bottom. You just look for it and you click on it. And what you want to see is you want to see this. The battery status should be normal. The life should be good. As long as you see these 2 messages, that means your battery is good to go. If you see anything else, you might have to return and replace your smartphone. So very important first step that you can do. And also, when you first go to diagnostics menu, you might see this pop up right here. It's asking you if you want a diagnostics reminder notification, and you can say yes or no. I like to say no because I do it manually anyway, but you can say okay if you want to be reminded. So every now
Switch to our most affordable unlimited phone plan and get 2 lines for just $80 per month with Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless.
What's going on, guys? It's Troy from What Gear Reviews, and once again I've been up until the middle of the night searching for the very best tips and tricks for the Galaxy Z Flip 4 and the Galaxy Z Fold 4, and this time I've been looking for battery tips. So if you're looking to maximize the battery life on either one of these devices, this is the video that you've been looking for. So just to give you some insight into why I decided to make this video, have you ever heard that saying, if you've got nothing good to say, then don't say anything at all? Well, as you probably well know, the internet does the opposite of that, and at some point these phones are going to get criticized for their battery life. So I've created this list of tips and tricks to help you fight the good fight when it comes to your phone's battery life. So it's important to know, guys, a lot of these tips are power versus performance, and sometimes power versus convenience. So I'm not encouraging you to do all of these tips. What I am encouraging you to do is to pick and choose the tips that make the most sense for how you use the phone. That way, by the time you get to the end of this video, your phone will be a battery beast. And if you're wondering where I got these wallpapers from, I did share the secret link to them in my other video, the first 25 things to do on the Galaxy Fold 4. So I'll link that at the end. Okay, so this first tip is a massive battery saver, and it will prevent you from getting push notifications continuously from emails and other apps. So just keep that in mind. Swipe down from the top, swipe down again. Swipe across here on the quick settings menu and hit the plus. Now here, see this one, sync at the top? we want to drag that down here and hit done. Now we have this setting within our quick settings menu, and when we turn that off, we're telling the phone not to refresh any data in the background. And when you've got hundreds of apps running on your device, all pushing data to your phone, it's using a lot of power. So if you want to stay in control of what's going on and the data your phone is using in the background, you can manually now just go into the quick settings menu and toggle that on and off. So think about how you could use this sync to help you out with your day. Okay, so you might be wondering why I switched to the Fold 4 quickly for this tip. It's because my SIM card's actually in this phone, and this tip requires a SIM card in the device. So check this out. We go to settings on the device. Here we go to connections, and then within the sub menu we go to mobile networks, and then here is an interesting setting, and let me explain why this matters. See where we've got network mode? You can actually choose what network band the phone automatically connects to, and you can see right now it's 5G, 4G, 3G, 2G. Now 5G is by far the fastest, but there's not enough masts around in most parts of the world to actually handle voice calls and text messaging services and all that kind of stuff. So because of that, what happens when you use 5G is you're actually connecting to two different bands, 5G and 4G, let's say, or 5G and 3G, and it's using more power whenever it does that. So if you want to save power, you can actually change the network mode to 4G, 3G, 2G, or 3G and 2G, or 3G only. All of these will use less power than the top one. Just keep that in mind where that setting is. You can switch it back.
I mean, I'll leave it like 150, but...
back and forth as and when you need to. Okay, tip number 3, staying within the same menu, settings, connection, and mobile networks. So here you see voice over LTE, VoLTE. So voice over LTE can potentially use 50% more battery than a regular phone call. Now, some mobile network operators in the world depend pretty heavily on this. So if you turn it off, it could ruin your phone call experience. So just be mindful of that. But if you do turn it off, you will potentially save battery, because right now, you see on my one, use 4G data networks for calls whenever possible. That means it will use that by default if I've got a 4G signal, whereas it could just use the regular phone network signals. Turn that off if you want. Be mindful of that one. depending where you are in the world. Okay, these next few are under the radar and they are battery drainers for sure. So check this out. We go to settings, we go to connections, we go to more connection settings here. And this setting here, nearby device scanning. So what this does is even if you switch off your Bluetooth and your Wi-Fi on your phone, your device is still scanning for other devices near it. And this is to help your device provide better information for you, but also for other people to get better information when it comes to location services. This, however, does use power, and if you switch it off, you will save power. So that's the pro, but the sacrifice is you might lose some of that convenience you have when it comes to knowing what's around you. Okay, tip number 5, go to settings, location, then location services, and here are 2 big battery drainers, and they're quite similar to what I just spoke about on the previous tip. So Wi-Fi scanning uses the Wi-Fi even when it's off, and it even says it there to scan around to look for networks, and that drains power. Tip number 6, within the same settings menu, you already know what it is turn off Bluetooth scanning. So Bluetooth scanning is on by default if you skip past it in the setup process, and it's used by apps to provide more accurate location services. Again, even when Bluetooth is switched off, unless you switch this off, now your Bluetooth and Wi-Fi is actually off. So again, the trade-off is you're saving power in exchange for a little bit of convenience. Okay, tip number 7, and I've switched back to the Galaxy Z Fold 4. Reason being, you do need the SIM card in order to enable this setting. So check this out. This is really quite difficult to find. If you go to connections and then go to your Wi-Fi network at the top here, then hit the 3 dots in the top right corner and go to advanced. Here is a setting that's really well hidden, but a great setting to use to save power on your device. So this setting here where it says turn on Wi-Fi automatically is a good one, because what it will do is your phone will learn what Wi-Fi networks you use on a daily basis. And when you're not in that area where that Wi-Fi is, it will actually switch off your Wi-Fi automatically, which means you're saving power on autopilot. So if you turn that on, it's a great feature. And then if you do want to connect manually to a coffee shop network or a friend's Wi-Fi or something like that, you can do it manually, connect to that. And if you do that a few times, it will learn that and it will automatically connect to that and then switch off your Wi-Fi when you leave the vicinity. That's a brilliant hidden setting right there. Okay, tip number 8, go to settings, go to battery and device care. And the next few tips will be in this menu system. So try and stay here. Don't close this down in the background. So here where it says battery, we tap that. And then here we tap on the battery graph. And what we can do here is look at the list of apps that we're using. We can see the percentage of battery they're using. Let's say this Soundcore app, for example, is used 6.5% of my battery. I can tap that. And I'm not really using that all the time. I'm only using it when I'm using the earbuds. Where are those actually?
Hi, we're Visible. Getting set to travel this summer and need a wireless plan that'll keep you connected on the go? Do it with one line and unlimited 5G data for just $25 a month. For faraway adventures, Global Pass keeps you connected in 140 countries. And coverage just about anywhere with unlimited hotspot included, powered by Verizon. From road tripping to globetrotting, winning at summer travel starts with Visible. Switch at visible.com.
And I will say these earbuds are pretty damn awesome for the price they come in at. But anyway, what I wanted to show you here is how you can actually limit the usage of the app. So here at the bottom in the little small writing here, it says limit usage. You hit that and you can actually put the app to sleep, or you can put the app to deep sleep. So by putting it into deep sleep, it's using very, very minimal power. So what you can do within this list here is figure out which apps are really not that important and put those apps into deep sleep or just regular sleep, which is something that I don't get much of lately. So if I could get a thumbs up and a subscribe for my lack of sleep due to making these videos for you guys, I'd appreciate it. So tip number 9, that was one way to manage apps and put them into deep sleep. There is another way to do it, and it's probably a quicker way. So check this out. In the device care menu again, we tap on the battery again, but this time we scroll to the bottom here and we can go to battery usage limits. And you can see right now I've got the put unused apps to sleep. So it's actually doing that automatically. And then if we go into the deep sleep settings here, we can actually choose apps that we want to add to this deep sleep category. So certain apps that you don't use often at all should be here. And if they're not here, you can hit the plus and add them yourself. Do it once, do it right, and it will save you battery in the long run. Okay, back into settings, back into battery and device care. And here's another really sort of well hidden one. See the 3 dots in the top right corner? Tap that, and where it says automation, tap that. Now you have this hidden menu system that can potentially save you a ton of battery power. So optimize daily is on as standard, so I recommend leaving that on. But what you can do here is actually set an auto restart time, and when you enable that, we can go into that setting there and say, right, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I want the phone to actually turn off and turn on again, essentially clearing everything that's going on in the device at 4 a.m. every night. Actually, let's make it about 4:30 because I'm usually up to about 4 a.m. writing these scripts. So if you've ever had a problem with a PC or a Mac, the first thing a PC troubleshooting person will tell you to do is switch it off and switch it on again. Essentially, that's what this is doing for you automatically on a daily basis, and hopefully during your sleep, so you won't even notice that it's done it. But it's just a really good way of switching everything off and starting from fresh each day. Okay, tip number 11. In the battery and device care section again, hit the 3 dots again, go to automation again, but this time we're looking at adaptive power saving. This is off by default. If you enable this, what the phone will automatically do is decide when the power is not needed, and it'll actually slow down the performance, slow down the battery drain automatically for you. Again, this is a trade-off. This might affect the optimal performance of the device in exchange for power. Okay, tip number 12. This is another really well hidden battery saving tip that probably nobody's going to tell you about. So it comes down to me to tell you. Go into settings, battery and device care, tap on battery. Here, scroll to the bottom where it says more battery settings. Now here where it says performance profile, you can see right now is standard and it's using the maximum performance pretty much that the Snapdragon 888 Plus has to offer. Now the Snapdragon 888 is the best of the best when it comes to smartphone processors next to Apple's Bionic chip. And if you limit the performance just by 20-30%, this phone is still going to be better than 90% of the phones on the market right now. So if you want to, and you're not a heavy user when it comes to smartphone apps and games and stuff like that, you could set the performance profile to light. This saves power and it also prevents your device from getting hotter. But again, you're sacrificing performance for power. If you're not a gamer, you probably not even notice this at all if you change it. Tip number 13. So you probably noticed the last few apps are all here in the battery and device care section of the phone. And you might want to come back to this from time to time to adjust certain things if you do want the optimal performance and you don't care that much about battery on a particular day. So a quick way to come back here without having to go to the settings and all this every time is to hit the 3 dots in the top right corner and actually add this battery and device care to the home screen as an app. So I have the app here now on the desktop. If you hold your finger down, you can actually access the storage, the memory, and the device protection settings as well. That's just a little battery and performance usability hack. Okay, tip number 14, swipe down from the top, swipe down again, swipe across on the quick settings menu and hit the plus here. there is a setting here that can help you save battery, and it's called Extra Dim. Now, if you drag that down into the quick settings menu here, what you can do is toggle this on and off as and when you need to. This reduces the brightness of the screen below the usual minimum brightness of the display. When you're using less brightness on the display, you're using less power. So that little tip right there will help you when it comes to battery life. Okay, tip number 15, and this is probably something you already knew, and it's similar to the extra dim feature, which you can toggle on and off. If you swipe down and swipe down again, you'll see there is the power saving toggle. Of course, if you use this, guess what it does? It saves power. So you can use this all day if you want to. You will notice a slowdown, that's for sure, but just know that it's there and use it when you need it. Next tip, settings, display. Now within display, adaptive brightness is on, and that's fine. I quite like adaptive brightness. It will adjust according to the light conditions around you. But what I want to show you here is the screen timeout. So right now I've got it on 10 minutes because I'm filming the video and I don't want the phone switching off every 30 seconds. By default, it is set to 30 seconds, which is good. But it can get better when it comes to saving power if you set it to 15 seconds. So every time you don't use the screen for 15 seconds, the screen will automatically close, therefore saving power. You might find that this annoys you and you might want to go back to 30 seconds or even longer, but test it out with 15 seconds. If it doesn't bother you, you're going to save quite a bit of power without even realizing it. Tip number 17, back into settings, back into display. This time we're looking at motion smoothness. So motion smoothness is the refresh rate on the display. As standard out of the box, this is going to be on the adaptive refresh rate, which means it's going to go all the way up to 120 Hertz. That's 120 refresh cycles per second on the screen. Now, if you set it to standard, this actually locks the maximum refresh rate to 60 Hertz. It's not locking it to permanently to 60 Hertz, but it will go up to 60 Hertz when it needs to, and it won't go past it. And it even says here, you'll get a longer battery with the 60 Hertz screen refresh rate. Okay, tip number 18, and this is only for you guys who are really, really serious about saving power on your phone. So I just showed you how you can switch between 60 Hertz and 120 Hertz as the maximum refresh rate. Well, this app here called Galaxy Max Hertz actually allows you to have way more control of your device and what you can do with the refresh rate. So you can actually choose a refresh rate in the middle of what's available on the phone by default. So you could actually set the refresh rate to 96 Hertz. If you feel 60 is too slow, 120 is too fast, 96 Hertz is going to save power compared to the 120. There's also a bunch of cool little add-ons here, like the slider, which gives you manual control of the refresh rates. And you can also add quick settings to the top of the device as well if you install this app. This app is quite new and undiscovered by so many people, but it opens the door to so many battery saving features. So if you're into modding your phone and stuff like that, then this one could take your battery saving skills to the next level. I'll let you guys play with this app and test it out for yourselves. Also, because it's free, you can make donations to the developer to say thank you. And if you want to say thank you to me, there's a super thanks button below this video. Okay, tip number 19, settings, display. Now, people love to argue with me about this, but here's the facts. This is a Super AMOLED screen. It's an OLED essentially. The black areas of the screen are not being powered because there's nothing on them. Each pixel is an organic light emitting diode. So if it's off, it's not using power. So if you set your phone to dark mode, all of the areas on the screen right now that are not being powered, they're not using power. So before you start an argument with me that this does not save power, listen to this. When you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So you are saving power if you use this. And bonus points to anyone who knows where that quote came from. Tip number 20. Okay, go to settings. This time we're going to go to lock screen. And what I want to draw your attention to here is the always on display. So if you wanted to save a little bit of extra power, you could turn that off. This means when your phone screen switches off, it will just be black, nothing will show up. Therefore, saving power. Tip number 21, settings, lock screen again. This time, instead of switching off the always on display, if we tap to show, we have more options here. I like the always on display personally. I find it useful. So in order to keep it but still save power, there are some things we can play around with. For example, we can turn off the auto brightness and actually set the brightness of the always on display to low. saving power again. OLED screen, black parts of the screen, less brightness on the white parts of the screen, you're going to save power. And I do recommend you leave your always on display on tap to show as well, because if you have it on any of these other ones, it's going to light up on its own all the time. Okay, tip number 22. Thank you for making it this far into the video. And do you remember how we added that device care button here on the home screen? If we tap that now and go to battery and we go to more settings at the bottom here, this is kind of a good housekeeping tip. So fast charging is fantastic. If you're in a pinch, you need to charge your phone quickly before you leave the house, this is good. But when you're constantly charging your phone at rapid speeds, it's actually degrading the battery faster than it would if you just charged it at a regular sort of trickle charge speed. So by turning off fast charging, you're actually preserving the quality of the battery in the device. Again, trade-off is convenience for long-term battery health. Tip number 23, back into the device care. We can use the shortcut again and go to battery straight away from the home screen now. And again, we go to more battery settings. But this time I want to show you something that doesn't really improve the battery life today, but it will improve the battery life over the course of the time you have your phone. Now, I would only suggest you turn this on if you think you're going to keep your phone for 3, 4, 5 years before you upgrade, because what this does, protect battery, is it limits the maximum capacity to 85%. By not going 100% every time, just like the other tip, you're actually looking after the battery's health in the long run. But you're going to lose 15% battery. And if you're already struggling with battery life, the reality is you probably won't want to use this if you want to maximize your battery life. And this is the last tip, and it's an important one. So we go to settings, we go to advanced features, we go to side key, and as default, when you hold the power key at the side of your phone, it wakes Bixby. And if you're wondering what the hell is Bixby, that's exactly my point. So set it to the power menu, hold the power key down, and turn your phone off, because this is the best way to maximize your battery on your Galaxy Flip 4 and Z Fold 4. So thank you for watching this one. If you guys want more tips and tricks on these devices, there's some thumbnails on screen right now. I spent a long time making these videos, and I like to think they're some of the best tips you can find anywhere on the internet for these phones. So go check those out. Let me know what you think of those. And if you have any of your own, leave those in the comments below. If you just subscribed, you're now one of the finest subscribers known to man, and I appreciate you guys. See you in the next one. Don't be late.
Hey, Fidelity. Can I get a second opinion on stocks in the Fidelity app?
With Fidelity, it's easy to get an outside opinion from independent experts in a single score.
And then?
When you're ready, trade U.S. stocks and ETFs with no commissions.
That's right.
I am always right.
Investing involves risk, including risk of loss. Sell order assessment fee not included. A limited number of ETFs are subject to a transaction-based service fee of $100. See full list at fidelity.com/commissions. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
What's up, everybody? Tony here with High Tech Check, and today we're going to be taking a look at a whole bunch of different cases for the brand new Galaxy Z Fold 4. Now, I will be putting links in the description for all these cases in case you guys want to pick them up yourself. And if you guys like me and you want to support my channel, please use those links because it helps me keep purchasing products to do reviews to you guys. I will also be using timestamps because this is going to be a lengthy video, but stick with me because I guarantee that you're going to find at least one case you're going to absolutely love. All I ask is that you show me that you care, that I'm doing this for you by hitting that like button and consider subscribing to my channel. So grab your snacks, sit back and relax and enjoy the video. And here we have Samsung's standing cover with pen. Alright, so here is the case. It comes with an S Pen and it comes with some extra little tips. So this case does have some stickers on the inside that you can take off. This does seem like it's pretty flimsy, so we're gonna see. Feels pretty nice in the hand. Feels like a smooth rubber. It does have a very slight edge around the top of the case. I also do have a tempered glass screen protector on there as well. As you can see, it does accommodate for the screen. If we look on the side here, it's got your cutouts for your fingerprint sensor, your volume rockers. Cutouts on the top and the bottom here. Does not add a lot of bulk to the phone, which is nice. On the back here, it's got a nice soft rubbery feel to it. It's got a very It's got an ever so slight edge. It's almost flush with the cameras, so not a lot of protection there. And then it also has these little pieces that you can take out. This particular one has a stand built in, which has a very satisfying flap that opens up and then it pushes down. So you can use this in landscape mode if you want. Not really in portrait mode, but if you open it up, you can then use the stand to watch some YouTube or something like that. Just push that down. So if you look on the inside here, there's really not any raised edge to protect the screen on the inside. So go ahead and close this up. And then if you want to take this out, you can and put in your S Pen holder. You just simply push out just like that. It slides out. Then you can slide in your S Pen holder, which is pretty nice. It's in there really good. So there's your S Pen. You can put that right back in there. And it holds it in place, so you don't have to worry about the S Pen just falling out because it's in there quite good. So you can either have this stand or you can have the S Pen insert, which is pretty nice. So opening and closing does seem to work pretty good. Let's go ahead and see what happens when we try to wirelessly charge with the S Pen in the back here. It still looks like it'll charge. Interesting. So that's cool to know. So it will work, wireless charging will work with the stand and with the S Pen holder. So this is a pretty nice looking case, feels pretty good. I do again love the fact that you have the capability of switching this out to whatever you would like. So I'm going to go ahead and give this case a thumbs up.
The new 2024 Ridgeline Passport and Pilot, part of our most rugged lineup yet.
And then here we have the silicone grip cover. So again, the outer cover for the front cover is pretty much the same, but for the rear, it's got kind of like this holder that you can put your hand through. And you can also make adjustments in case you need this strap to be just a little bigger. All you need to do is simply pull this up and push it down on the other notch. So the case does fit on the phone quite nicely. There's that little fold. It almost kind of looks 3D-ish. It is raised, but the way that I'm looking at it, it kind of looks like it's kind of like sunk in. It's pretty interesting. It's got a nice soft silicone grip feel to it. It's got your cutouts for your volume rocker, your power button, cutouts on the top and the bottom here. Doesn't add a lot of bulk to the phone either, which is nice. You can slide your hand in here if you want to look at your phone, kind of like that, and so you don't have to worry about dropping your phone. Or if we open it up, you have your phone, and then, like I said before, you don't have to worry about the phone dropping out of your hand because you have that little strap. Feels pretty good. If we look on the inside here, again, it doesn't look like it has much raised edge at all to protect the inside of your screen. Nice soft feel, hard backing, and it looks like your cameras are pretty much flush with the case on the back there, so not much protection there either. Let's go ahead and see if it works with wireless charging. Looks like it has some trouble wirelessly charging. There you go. You just need to place it a little bit off center because of this rubber grip thing, and it should be fine. The only thing with this case and the standing case is you will most likely need to use these stickers on the inside, because if you don't, the cover does come off kind of easy, and I'm a little worried that if you drop your phone, this cover will pop off and you could potentially damage the front of your phone, but that's just something to keep in mind. So that is the silicone grip cover. Like I said before, it feels pretty nice. does offer some protection for you, and it gives you that little strap to hold onto your phone. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a thumbs up. Alright, so here we have the Rinky Slim case. It's very light. It's plastic. It's got a nice soft feel on the inside. It's got some stickers that you can take off to help it stick to your phone. Alright, so there it is on your phone. Has a very nice feel to it. Nice and slim, nice and light. Doesn't add any bulk to your phone. It does have a slight raised edge to protect your screen, as well as that screen protector on there. It's got your cutouts for your fingerprint sensor and your volume rockers. Cutouts on the top and the bottom. And it's got a little spot for your speaker. On the back, it's a nice hard plastic with that soft feel, and it does have a raised edge around your cameras for that protection. And if we open it up, it has just a little bit of a raised edge on the inside. It still feels very nice in the hand, nice and grippy. And if we close it up, no problems there. If you're wondering if it works with wireless charging, no issues there. So a pretty nice minimalistic case, very slim, doesn't add any bulk to your phone, works with wireless charging, fits perfectly with our screen protector. Very nice case. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a thumbs up. Then here we have their slim clear case. Some clips on, very nice, and works perfectly with their tempered glass screen protector. Feels nice and grippy in the hand. It's not slippery. It's got your cutouts for your volume button and your power button. Cutouts on the top. Cutouts on the bottom. Cutouts for your speaker here. On the back, it's got a nice hard plastic. It does have a little raised edge to protect your camera. And it shows off the color of your phone really nice. It does collect some fingerprints, but you can just wipe those away very easily. Very nice look. And if we open it up, there is a very slight raised edge around the inside of the phone. Still feels grippy, nice in the hand. Very nice. And then it still works with wireless charging as well. So if you're looking for a nice, thin, clear case, Rinky's got you covered. Nice looking case, works pretty well. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a thumbs up. Alright, so here is the Spigen Tough Armor case. Looks like it does come with a couple extra stickers as well. And here is the case. It does have a whole bunch of little stickers inside in case the case does not stick on your phone very well. And it does have a little hinge cover as well. It's got a nice hard backing surrounded by a nice hard rubber. So I went ahead and removed all of these stickers on the inside of this little piece here because it does not stay into place without those stickers. So I did not remove these stickers from the back part of the case because that part doesn't seem to have a problem with moving. It's this little ridge here that moves when you open and close the case. So I only took the stickers off the front here. Now this case is kind of flimsy because it doesn't have a lot of surface area. So I'm kind of concerned about that, but we'll see what happens. Like I said, it does have that nice hinge protector. It's made of like a nice flexible rubber. It does have a nice raised edge around the front of the case. Feels nice in the hand, doesn't add a lot of weight to the phone. You have your cutouts for your fingerprint sensor and your volume rockers. And again, it's surrounded by that nice hard rubber. Doesn't feel slippery, it's got a nice little grip to it. On the back here, it's a nice hard plastic, and it does have a little recession for your camera protection. It's got your cutouts on the bottom here and on the top. And if we open this, so you can see the little protector kind of goes inside the case here. Still feels nice in the hand when you're holding it in this orientation if your hands are big enough. And it does look to have a little raised edge around the inner screen as well. So now let's go ahead and close this up and see what happens. Alright, no issues there. Well, go ahead and open it up. And again, it seems to be sticking. but I'm still concerned that if this heats up, the little strips are so tiny that if this gets hot, either from the phone or from, you know, just being in your pocket, that when you go to open and close this over time, the stickers will wear out and it'll start to move. And it does, I mean, it does come with extra stickers, but is that what you want to deal with every time? I probably wouldn't. And it's not a bad case, but again, that's something to think about. I personally don't care for the use of the stickers, and because this thing is so flimsy, it just kind of flexes a lot. Me personally, I would tell you to probably not get this and stay away from it. But again, if you want to deal with this piece possibly coming off every time, I mean, look at how much it flexes. That's definitely not good in my book. So as far as I'm concerned, because of the way that this is constructed, the front cover is not really well put together and it's very flimsy. As you can see, it flexes very easily. So I would probably tell you to stay away from this case, and I'm going to give it a thumbs down. And here we have the Airskin.
Heinz has a new pickle ketchup. What do you think it tastes like?
Magic. I think it tastes like sweet, savory.
Have you ever had this before? No.
I could already imagine it in my head. When is it coming out?
It's already out.
Yo! I need to get some of that.
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Oh, I'd be the dad.
I'm the dad.
Hey, physically, it's clear that I'm the dad.
Okay, so which dad is paying?
You're the dad.
Go to your happy price, Priceline.
This case also does come with some extra stickers. This case is super, super light, and it feels kind of cheap as well. But we're going to go ahead and put it on our phone. All right, so there is the case on the phone. It's nice and clear. It doesn't add any bulk to the phone extra. And as you can see, it does have a little raised edge around the front. It's got your cutouts for your power button and your volume rockers, your speaker and mics, charging port and speakers. Again, it doesn't add any bulk, so it feels nice, just like the phone originally in your hand. It doesn't feel slippery. On the back, it's got a nice clear cover to show off the color of your phone. And it has a very slight raised edge for your cameras. It's got the Spigen logo there, pretty nice. Open it up. It does look to have a little raised edge around the inner portion of the screen as well, which is nice. Still feels good in the hand even though it's opened up. Not a bad case. Like I said, it is super light and it feels kind of cheap. And as you can see, I mean, look at how easy this flexes. This top piece is pretty horrible. I mean, there's not a lot of real estate, but I would probably make it a little thicker to make this more rigid. And if you're wondering if it works with wireless charging, no issues there either. If you want a super thin case that does add some protection, this isn't a bad option, but I definitely think that they could have made this protector a little more rigid instead of so cheap. I mean, look at how much this plastic flexes. I bet you anything, if you drop this phone and it hit anywhere on this front protector, it would probably break and then damage your phone. Just simply because it's so cheap feeling, I would tell you to definitely stay away from this one. And I'm going to give it a thumbs down. Okay, and then here we have the ThinFit P. This one also comes with some extra stickers. And then here we have the case itself. Alright, so here is the case. So it does have a cutout for your S Pen if you have one. You can go ahead and stick it in place just like this. Now, because the S Pen is up here like this, you kind of have a smaller edge to kind of reach for your power button, which may not be a big deal for you, but when you grab a phone, you're kind of expecting to grab the whole thing just like this, and now you got to put your finger underneath. It's a nice concept, but I kind of wish that the S Pen was maybe on the back side here, so it doesn't interfere with you grabbing, you know, your phone normally. But anyway, it's surrounded by this nice hard rubber, which is nice, and it definitely does have a raised edge to protect your screen. It's got your cutouts on the top here, your cutouts on the bottom. On the back here, it's a nice hard plastic that does feel kind of soft, and it has a raised edge for your camera, which is nice. And there, that's what it looks like with your S Pen and your cutouts for your volume and your power button. And then here you can see how the S Pen kind of sticks out a little bit from the phone. Then if we open it up, it does make the tablet a little harder to hold, especially if you don't have large hands. You get your S Pen over here. I can still reach my power button, but I have pretty big hands. And it does have a raised edge around the inner screen, which is nice. Close it up. You can just, pull out your S Pen like normal, which is pretty nice. This is a little more rigid because it's got a nice thicker piece on it. This piece here is still a little bit flimsy. It's not as bad as the clear one. And it seems to stick in place even though you do open and close the case. And I'm not using the stickers either, so that's definitely a plus. And then another thing, if you want to open your phone, you can't just open it flush anymore. You got this little step down to kind of open it up. It may not bother you, it's just something I wanted you to be aware of just in case. But this is a nice case. It does offer some pretty good protection, and it holds your S Pen. Maybe not in the best place, but it still does nonetheless. So not a bad case at all. If you're wondering if it works with wireless charging, no issues there. So this really isn't a bad case. I'm going to go ahead and give it a thumbs up. And here we have the Ultra Hybrid. So this is another clear case, but it does seem to be maybe a little bit more sturdy. We'll go ahead and test it out. So that's pretty nice. Doesn't add a lot of bulk to the phone. Does have a nice raised edge around the front of the phone. The case does kind of already look almost yellowish, which I don't know if that's a good thing or not. I mean, I don't like when my case yellows, but this one already does. It's like pre-yellowed. Feels good in the hand. It's feels grippy. It doesn't feel slippery. Got your cutouts on the top here and on the bottom. You have your cutouts for your power button and your volume rocker, which is nice too. It does look like to have some reinforcements on the edge, so that's nice. The back here, it's a nice hard plastic that does have a little raised edge for your camera protection. It does seem to pick up some fingerprints, but you can just kind of wipe those away. Doesn't look too bad. And then if we open it up, we do still have some raised edge around the inner screen here, which is nice. Still feels good in the hand even though that it's this big. Closes nicely. This still does have a slight flex to it, and this side is even worse. I mean, it's not super horrible, especially if you want a clear case, and it also works with wireless charging. So this isn't as bad as the light case. It still flexes a little bit, but not nearly as much as the light, and it still keeps your phone pretty light. So I'd probably tell you to get this one over the light case. So I'll go ahead and give this one a thumbs up. And here we have the Slim Armor Pro Pen Edition. Alright, so here is the inner portion of the case. It's got like this soft foam to give your phone some more protection. It is surrounded by a hard rubber. And I did remove the sticky tape along this little thin film here. So go ahead and put this on our phone. Alright, so there it is on the phone. It's got a nice little protector for your hinge, which I absolutely love. And it doesn't add a ton of bulk to the phone, except for the little pen holder that sticks out here. And again, we have to deal with that little step that you only have to grab onto. So you can take your S Pen and just kind of simply push it into place here. And it holds it pretty well. You do, when you grab onto your phone, you're going to probably grab onto the pen as well. And then you kind of got to put your finger underneath it to get to that fingerprint sensor. Just something to think about. It does feel good in the hand, nice and grippy. It does have that nice rubber edge, and along the hinge here, feels good in the hand. It does have a nice raised edge all around the front to protect your screen. It's got your cutouts on the top and on the bottoms here. That's what it looks like from the side. You got your cutouts for your power button and your volume button, and it's got that little edge that you need to grab onto in case you want to open up your phone. And then the hinge. So you can see it doesn't add too much bulk to the phone. And then when we open up, little hinge kind of folds back and over the back of the case, and it kind of gives you a little stand kind of. And as you can see, when it's open, it does have a raised edge on the inner screen. Still feels nice in the hand if you have big enough hands to palm it like this. Very nice. Then when we close it up, the little hinge folds back onto the hinge here. Very nice indeed. And everything is surrounded by the nice rubber feel. On the back here, it's a hard plastic, but it feels nice and rubbery. And it's got the raised edge for your camera. And if you're wondering if it works with wireless charging, no issues there. So in this case, I did use the little sticky tape along this thin edge here, so it doesn't really flex. This side flexes a little bit, but it's pretty rigid, so I'm not really worried about that. This is a really nice case, and it's going to protect your phone 360 degrees. The only thing I really don't like is the fact that I have to kind of grab this little edge because of this step to open up the case. It's not a huge thing, it's just a little annoyance, but that's what happens when you put the S Pen right there. So if you want to hold your S Pen in here, that's what you're going to have to deal with. But overall, this is a very nice protective case, and I would definitely recommend it. I'm going to go ahead and give this one a thumbs up.
Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Sell it online, take it in person, and go big, like 1 million orders big. Whatever your stage, businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up today at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
And then here we have the Slim Armor Pro. So this case is just like the one with the S Pen, but without the S Pen. It's got the nice soft foam inside to help protect your phone in case you drop it, and it's got that hinge protector on there as well. So there it is inside the case. Much better. Even though this one doesn't hold an S Pen, it just feels so much better because you don't have to hold over the S Pen. It is again surrounded by the nice hard rubber. It's got the nice raised edge to protect your screen. Got the nice protector to protect your hinge. Got your cutouts for your power button and volume rockers. It's got a nice hard soft feeling back with the raised edge for your camera. Nice cutouts. Doesn't add a lot of bulk to the phone either, which is nice. And if we open it up, it's got that nice raised edge around the inner screen as well. And as you can see, the hinge kind of just folds back over the case when you open it up. Kind of gives it like a little stand to angle a little bit towards you, but not very much. And as far as wireless charging goes, no issues there. So this is definitely another nice case if you don't need to hold your S Pen. This is definitely one I would take a look at. Feels really good in the hand, not slippery, and it doesn't add a lot of bulk to the phone, but gives you that 360 degree protection. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one a thumbs up. Alright, here we have UAG's Civilian Series case. This case does have a nice felt insert here to keep your phone from getting scratched. It's surrounded by hard rubber, and it does have a little piece in the back here that does protect your hinge. It's kind of spring loaded. So there is the case on the phone here. I do have a tempered glass screen protector on here as well. It's got kind of like this plasticky, kind of like a faux leather material to cover the hinge. It does have a prominent edge here to protect the screen. It's got your cutout for your fingerprint sensor and flush volume buttons, which are clicky. Feels pretty good in the hand, doesn't feel slippery, but it's not grippy either. It's just kind of textured a little bit. On the back, it's got a nice hard cover to protect your phone, and then it does have a recession for your camera's protection. So if you want to reach your power button, there's a little hump that you have to push your finger into to get to the button, but you can, and then the volume buttons are accessible. And if we open up the case here, my phone kind of came out of the case a little bit. It doesn't seem to hold it in very well. It does have some raised edge for the inner screen. Feels pretty good in the hand. It's a little bit slippery. Go ahead and close that up. As you can see, the hinge kind of expands, and then if we open it up, it kind of folds back in. The case is very not held in here very well. It kind of comes off the phone very easy. There are some sticky strips in here that you can take off, but again, I don't particularly like that because they're super thin, and when the phone heats up or if your phone gets hot because of the weather, I would assume that those strips would definitely start to fail, and then the case might just come off or pop out just like that. So I'm not a huge fan of these little stickers that they put in here because at some point they're going to fail. I just want the case to be on there and to hold on nice and tight. I don't know why all the makers can't do that. That's a shame too, because this isn't a bad case. It does add some bulk to the phone, but again, because of the failure that could occur with those strips and the case not wanting to stay on the phone very easily, I would definitely tell you to stay away from this case, and I'm going to give it a thumbs down. Alright, and here we have the OtterBox Thin Flex. So it's very simple. This is just a hard back case, and then you have a front cover that is surrounded by some hard rubber. It seems to flex a little bit, which kind of worries me, but we'll go ahead and try it. It does have just a couple pieces of sticky tape in here. So there it is on the phone. Feels nice and grippy in the hand. It does have a raised edge around the front here. It's got your cutouts for your power button and your volume rockers. Doesn't look like it offers any protection for your cameras whatsoever. Your cameras look flush with the case, so if you put your phone on its back, it's most likely going to rub on those cameras, which is not good. It's got a textured hard back. It does seem to have a raised edge around the inner screen. This thing is very flimsy, and it seems to be, you can take it off of the phone very easily, which is definitely not good. We have our wireless charger here. No issues with wireless charging. Now again, like I told you before, it uses these thin stickers and they're definitely going to fail. Especially because of the heat that the phone generates or from your pocket, they're going to come undone, and this front part is probably going to come off your phone. It's not held on there hardly at all. I mean, I've barely even used any force to take that off. It kind of just falls off. Look how easily I take this front cover off. Like, I barely even touch it and it comes off. Not good at all. I would say definitely, for me, I wouldn't even buy this, so I'm not going to recommend it to you, and I would definitely tell you to stay away from this OtterBox Thin Flex case as well. So I'm going to go ahead and give it a thumbs down. Then here we have a wallet case by VHIBI. So this one comes with some extra stickers. It also has a little S Pen holder on the side here. It's held closed by a little magnet, which is nice. Alright, so here it is on the phone. You got your card holders here. You can use this for your driver's license. There's also a little pocket that you can put things in here too. It does look to have some speaker grills, so you can kind of use it, I guess, while the wallet's closed, and it just simply clasps itself closed because of the magnet, which is nice, so you don't have to worry about this flopping around. It smells like real leather. We have our little S Pen here we can put into our holder. Got to help it a little because the little nib wants to grip on these and kind of poke through, but that's what it looks like once the S Pen is in place. So it does have a raised plastic edge around the corner here to help protect your screen. The phone case does not come out, so go ahead and open this up. As you can see, there's a little cutout for your fingerprint sensor and your volume rockers, which you're probably going to have to get with your other hand because it's kind of hard to maneuver around this case. If we open it up here, we can see that there is really no raised edge around the middle of the screen here. And you can also use this as kind of like a makeshift stand if you want to. And it's held in place by those magnets. They're not super strong magnets, but it does keep the wallet closed, which is nice. And then there is a little raised edge on the back to help protect your cameras. And as you can see, it does add some bulk because it is a wallet. And if you're wondering if this would wirelessly charge, no issues there. The case inside isn't super expensive, but it definitely does the job, especially if you want like a little wallet case. Very nice. Not bad at all. If you're looking for a wallet case, I'll definitely give this one a thumbs up. This one says Case Neo, but I'm going to put a link to the description anyway. And then here we have a case by Shield. This is a pretty simple, very light, flexible.
This is the sound of your ride home with Dad after he caught you vaping. Awkward, isn't it? Most vapes contain seriously addictive levels of nicotine and disappointment. Know the real cost of vapes. Brought to you by the FDA.
Case. If you want a minimal design, this is probably going to be the case for you. And it comes in a lot of different colors. So there it is on the phone. Feels nice and grippy. It's got your cutouts for your power button, your volume rockers. It does have a slight raised edge to protect the screen. I also do have a tempered glass screen protector. It's got a cutout for your speaker grill, cutouts for the top and the bottom. On the back, it's got a hard cover. And it does have a little raised edge to protect your cameras. And if we open this up, it doesn't really have any raised edge on the inside here. But it does feel grippy in the hand, pretty nice. It does have stickers on the inside to hold it in place. This is kind of flimsy. Again, it's a cheap case, but it gives you some protection. And if you're wondering about the wireless charging, no problems there. So I personally probably would not get this case, so I can't recommend that to you. So I'm going to go ahead and give this a thumbs down. And then here we have a mirror case by a maker that I can't even pronounce the name, so I'm not going to try. But you simply take your phone, pop it into place here, and you have these little covers you can take off. It's got a little sticky piece in it. I think that's to keep it closed, which is not a good way to keep your phone closed. We'll peel this one off too. As you can see, it's got a mirror-like finish. Feels pretty interesting. You can't see the screen through it though. It's like it's a very hard piece of plastic. But I guess that little sticker does kind of keep the door closed. It's got like a rubbery hinge cover here. On the back, it's got that same cool feeling to it. It's that hard case underneath. It's got a very slight raised edge to protect your cameras. It has the cutouts for the volume and power button. Cutouts on the top on one side and cutouts on the other side. It only has the bottom piece of the case. There's no top piece. And then if we open up our phone here, there's really not any raised edge on the side that doesn't have the case, but there is a little bit on the part that does have a case, and you can kind of use the case as a stand in landscape mode, kind of like that. But this little thing is kind of annoying, and if this gets dirty, it won't stay closed. It's not going to stay closed anymore. And this front cover doesn't pick up fingerprints all that great, which is nice. You can just simply wipe them away. I wouldn't buy this case again, and I wouldn't use this case. It's just it's just cheap is what it is. So I wouldn't recommend it, and I'm going to give it a thumbs down. Okay, and then here we have Whitestone Dome's Dome Life Contrast Case. It's got a nice little inlay, kind of like a silicone feel to it. Feels pretty nice in the hand. Again, it's got that nice soft rubbery silicone feel, nice and grippy. It does have a raised edge around the front to protect your screen. Got your cutouts for your volume button and your power button. Cutouts on the top and on the bottom. It's got a nice hard back here. It does have a raised edge to help protect your cameras. And if we open it up, looks like it has a slight raised edge for the inner screen here. Nice and grippy, still able to hold your phone easily. Closes up well, seems to stay in place. Works fine with wireless charging. Does show fingerprints a very little bit, but you can just simply wipe those away. This is a pretty nice case that offers some pretty good protection. Not bad at all. Nice and flush. Very nice. So I'm going to go ahead and give this case a thumbs up. Alright, so here we have a very protective case by iBlazon. This is the Armor Box. Looks like it's got a built-in screen protector here, which is nice. And it does have a little hinge cover that has a hidden little compartment for your S Pen. And it looks to be a very protective case. So first you want to remove these little covers here. There's also one on the inside. And there's also a little sticky strip that you can use if the cover does move around on your phone, but it should be pretty tight and you probably won't need to use that. So before we put the case on, you want to make sure your screen is nice and clean because whatever's underneath is going to stay there when we put the cover on. It is very tight and in place, like I said, so you probably won't need to use that sticky tab. And then if you look at the screen, it's got all these little micro dots on it, and that's to help keep the screen from not getting that rainbow effect like you'll get with other clear covers. And then like I showed you before, we have the little compartment for your S Pen. You can just simply close that up, and now you have 360-degree protection. Very nice case. It does add a little bulk and weight to the phone, but again, you do have your phone covered 360 degrees. Touchscreen works perfectly fine. No issues there, so you don't have to worry about getting another screen protector if you don't want to. We have the cutouts for your speaker right at the top, and there's a cutout for your camera as well. Feels nice in the hand, very grippy, and because it's so big, if you have bigger hands, this does feel really good in your hands. It's got the serrated edges here, which I absolutely love on each side. It's got your cutout for your fingerprint sensor, the separated volume buttons, which are very clicky and work very well. If you look on the bottom here, you got your cutout for your connector, your speaker, your microphone. The same thing on the top here. As you can see, it does add, again, some bulk to the phone. And we do have a nice prominent edge around the front to protect your screen as well. On the back here, it's got a very industrial look to it. Very cool, nice hard back, and it does have a nice recession to protect your cameras as well. And it also has a built-in kickstand that you can easily pop up just like that. And you can use your phone in portrait mode if you want to, or lay it down in landscape. You can also open up the phone and use the phone like this to watch an even bigger screen. And as you can see, the little hinge just kind of slides back. You can easily just put the kickstand and it clicks into place. Now if we open up the phone here, as you can see, it does have a raised edge around the whole inside of the phone as well. Feels nice in the hand because of those serrated edges and that rubber grip. And you can easily still get to your fingerprint sensor if you need to. There you go. Very nice case. So if you want to protect your phone 360 degrees, this case is definitely going to be one of the ones you're going to want to take a look at. I'm definitely going to give this one a thumbs up. And then if you want to put your S Pen in here, if you have a fold S Pen, you just simply put the back into place like that and then push it into place, snaps in, and then you close the hinge. Now you have your S Pen with you and your phone is all protected. Now if you want to get the S Pen out, just simply open up the hinge and then press on this little opening here and your S Pen will pop up for you to take out. Very nice. And then if you're wondering if this case works with wireless charging, there you go.
As a DFA dairy farmer, recycling water is all in a day's work.
As an actor playing a dairy farmer, I get to show you all the ways DFA farmers recycle water.
Having fun?
You betcha.
Up here.
Lost Utah Medicaid?
Where can we find a low-cost health plan?
What about a plan that covers doctor visits?
Emergency care?
Healthcare.gov is here for you. Enroll today for coverage starting next month.
No problems there. And here we have the Cosmo Pen SP case. So here it is in clear. It does have that nice hinge that holds your S Pen as well, which is pretty nice. It does have a built-in screen protector as well. Just remove these protectors. And then again, clean off your cover before you put the case on. There's also a protector on the bottom part of the case that we need to take out as well. There's also a protector on the back as well. So if you want 360-degree protection but still a clear case to show off the color of your phone, you're definitely going to want to take a look at this one. So with the built-in fingerprint sensor, if you look at the screen, it's got these little micro dots on it, and that's to keep the screen from getting that rainbow effect. The screen is working perfectly fine. No issues with the touch. Very nice. Got your cutouts for your speaker, cutout for your camera. Feels nice in the hand, doesn't feel slippery. Got your cutouts for your fingerprint sensor, your volume buttons, which are nice and clicky and raised, which I love. As you can see, it's got a nice raised edge all the way around the screen to protect it. On the back here, it's got a nice little raised edge to protect your camera. Got your cutouts for your speaker and your charging port and your mic, and on the top as well. Then if you open this little piece up, you can see you can put your S Pen in here. So take your Galaxy S Fold pen, you can just stick it right in there like that, and then push it into place and close the lid. Now you're all protected and you have your S Pen. And then if you want to get your S Pen out, all you need to do is open this little hinge here, simply press on this little cutout, and your S Pen just pops up for you to take out. Nice and easy. Now if we open it up, as you can see, there's still a raised edge for the inner screen. Feels nice and grippy in the hand. You can still reach your power button. Very nice. And then here you have that little hinge in the back that kind of acts like a little stand so you can see the screen a little better if you're watching videos or something. And then it just kind of folds up, and then you can close the little clip just like that. Very nice. And if you're wondering if it works with wireless charging, no issues there either. As far as fingerprints goes, it does show a little bit of fingerprints, but again, you can just easily wipe those away. No big deal there. And I'm going to go ahead and give it a thumbs up. So first up, we're going to take a look at the UB case. This one does look to have a built-in screen protector, which is pretty nice, and it comes with a belt holder that has a little clip that can rotate 360 degrees. And if you want to take the case out, you just simply pull back on this little plastic piece here and then lift out the rest of the case. Very nice. It also has a built-in kickstand. The back is a nice hard plastic, and it is surrounded again by this nice hard rubber material. Again, if you want to protect your phone, this is definitely going to be the case for you. It's got your speaker grill cutouts on the top here. Again, it's got those nice reinforced edges, a nice thick raised edge around the front of the phone for that protection. On the side here, it's got your volume buttons and your little cutout for your fingerprint sensor, which you can easily get because this little piece is flush. It doesn't jut out like some of the other cases. It's got your cutouts for your speaker on the top here and your mics. Same thing on the bottom. There's your charging port, your mic, and your speaker. Your spine is exposed, but you can always get some sort of protector to put over that. And then if we open it up, that's what it looks like there. As you can see, there's still a raised edge even though you have your phone open. Very nice, feels good in the hand. It does not feel slippery. It's got the nice carbon fiber inlay on the sides here. And again, the volume buttons are clicky and very responsive. And it's easy to get to that fingerprint sensor on the side. Very nice. Let's go ahead and close this up again. The screen does collect fingerprints, but you can just easily wipe those away. So we'll go ahead and test out the screen here. It is responsive. No touch issues there. So you won't really have to worry about getting an extra screen protector because this has one built in, and it's got a little cutout for your camera there, so that's always nice. So yeah, touch seems to be working just fine here. No issues. Very nice. It does add some bulk to the phone, as you would imagine. That comes at the cost for the protection. And then we have our stand here, which you can easily just pull out just like that. So you can have it sit in portrait mode, or you can lay it down and watch something on YouTube, or you can go ahead and open it up just like this and watch something like that. You can't put it this way. You can lay it down like this for a more angled view, or you can have it sit up just like that. Works perfectly fine. Very nice case. And then the kickstand stows just like that, clicks into place, so it's not going to go anywhere. And as you can see, it does have a nice recession to protect your cameras as well. Then if you want to put it back into the case, we're just going to go ahead and put the bottom in first, just like that, and then we'll go ahead and push in the top, and there you go. Your phone's not going anywhere. Now you can also flip this around too if you don't want the screen outward. And like I said before, you just pull back on that and pull your phone out. And if you want it in like this, you put the bottom in and then push in the top. So either way, this will give your phone some nice protection from the screen. And that is the UB case. Very nice.